Greetings. Welcome. We're finally back with more Dyson Sphere program. I had just set this planet up last time I was here. I don't think we have a shield installed yet, but this planet was going to be my latest mining planet. And
flight mode.
I need to set down our planetary shield, which means I need to pull my shield generators out. I had made sure before that's the equator, right? I think so. Okay, we're going to need to Greetings! Thank you for the subscription. And welcome to, welcome. The sphere crafting has just begun today. I'm looking for the equator. I think I have missed it.
Mineral depleted.
Let's just go all the way up this line right here. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Okay. Now let's go this way. Oh, need more foundation. Is that you? No. It is the one up here near the power base. It's you, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, right here. Bam. Okay. Now we're going to return to the equator. Oh, here. I'm going to go this way around the planet. New. Okay. Going back for more foundation. Should have some more here already. Yeah. It's arriving as we speak.
Mineral depleted.
There we go. Bam. Okay. Oh, that's not good. Okay, let's see. Probably make a few of these, but not a whole lot.
You can go back to your favorite hand.
Okay. There.
Mineral depleted.
Alright. Now we are going to go this way. At the equator. Build a new one. Yep. Then all the way at the pole. Mm-hmm. Around at the equator again. Okay. Slightly off from the equator right there. It'll be okay if it's slightly off. Right here. We're just gonna jump that there. And go in a this would lead direction. Oh, it's not a lot of power poles. And I got more than 2 jumps away on this guy.
Mineral depleted.
Either way, 2 poles there. You got power. You just don't have it connected to anything. Okay, that'll probably be enough.
Mineral depleted.
Right here. And then that's going to set up the shield right there. And then once they're fully charged, I can put one at each of those locations. And start filling in the rest of the shield bubble. Lovely. But first, I need more power. Go to Thermia.
Cruise mode.
Thermia.
Warp engine activated.
Warp speed. Here we go. Yes, I have things flying around all over the place. And I'm about to greatly increase the amount of things I have flying around.
Warp engine deactivated.
Here we go. Yeah, that's been in the game for a long time. What do you think my home planet's called Thermia? I have renamed all of the things. Bonk.
Ended. Flight mode.
Okay. Yeah, don't need that anymore. I have not started sphere construction yet. I am still recovering from the power issues that I was having before, but I think I've got all of those totally fixed now. My next order of operations is to expand the production facilities of the factory. Because I still have basic components that are not being produced in the amount that I want them produced. Okay. Did I? Pull these out. Okay. Let's do that. store our power right there. Goes right there. Goes there. Goes there. Those go there. Those go there. And we're gonna be building things. Okay. And we need
Mineral depleted.
that. And I think over here. I'm not going to be expanding out mini gas giants right at the moment. So that should be okay. I do need more of these.
Insufficient materials.
So these guys looking pretty laggy. Okay. Iron.
Replication complete. Insufficient materials.
Okay. Oh, more things to pick up. Okay, back up to the top.
Insufficient materials.
we go.
Mineral depleted.
There we go. Do I need anything else? Here would be all that. 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 Pick that up. Clear all of that out. Nothing remote supply belt. Yeah, let's do this too.
Insufficient materials.
Really? Oh my gosh. I've been spoiled by Satisfactory. I'd forgotten what it was like to
Light bulb.
work with belts in a game where belts actually work properly. Okay, so now I can provide both belt and inserters. Yes, amazing music. What other items do I want to make sure that I have off-world? I kind of want to say logistics drones, but then I kind of want to just leave them here and have to come back here and pick them up. Well, we are going to go here.
Cruise mode.
So how fast it was making items was being directly tied into the frame rate. Bonk.
Cruise ended.
Okay.
Mineral depleted.
Up there. Titanium there.
Replication complete. Mineral depleted. Light
Okay.
bulb.
Alright, I'm gonna throw up my break screen real quick, take a quick little break, be right back. Alrighty, I am back. And start a little bit of cleanup right here.
Flight mode.
One little iron ring right here. Okay, we'll pick up this one little iron ring.
Flight mode.
How do we end up with a titanium
Mineral depleted.
reservation here that's not being mined by anything? Doesn't there? Okay. We're gonna be titanium ore. Nope. Wrong titanium. There we go. Okay. And we're just gonna jump a power over right now.
Flight mode.
Okay. That one going. Okay. So we have iron cooking. It's just whole sets of iron veins that I have not put into production yet. And copper, it would seem. Okay, well then. 2.
A landing relay station detected.
Oh, planet. Grandis. Okay.
Mineral depleted.
Okay. So let's go back out and finish up in Cerebellum, I think.
Cruise mode.
Right there. Warp
Warp
speed.
engine activated.
Alrighty, here we go. Gotta go back out here and put my shield up for the rest over the rest of that planet to prevent anything from landing. And then make sure we have all the production. Yeah, that's the right word. I don't know why I thought I said that word incorrectly. But yeah, make sure we have everything coming off of that.
Warp engine deactivated.
Traditional speed.
Mineral depleted.
Bonk.
Ended.
Okay, first,
Flight mode.
get a relay station land on this planet. Yeah. Somewhere. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Darkfog base core destroyed.
Go away. Okay. So the next thing I need is to go right there. That is almost exactly on top of where I want to place it. Maybe a little bit up this way.
Insufficient materials.
They are not. Have them right there. means I need to go on this line all the way around the planet. Alright. Okay, that's right there. Okay, I kind of want to put one right. I know I want to put one on the line. Right there.
Mineral depleted. One on the line right here, which means kind of right between them, maybe about right there. There. Right. Put one right here. He's kind of halfway between the two. About right there. Alright. And so when all of those get up, the planetary shield should be
should be okay. For a good half planet. We can see the shield building out right here. And starting to build out right there. And then when that one kicks on, it'll start to build out right there. And that should give us that pattern around the planet. And then we'll go around the equator, boop boop, with 2 more generators between each of the equator points, and we should be good.
Mineral depleted.
Yeah. And so now when these two form up, it should completely close in this whole planet on the shield bubble. Okay. Let's go to the other side of the planet and get that one going. Come back to the equator last. Okay. Right there, actually. That is the exact line that I'm looking for, I think. Right there. Okay, let's go around the planet and secure this ring. We're getting up some of the soil piles we need, but I think we're using up pretty much everything that we gain when it comes to soil piles here. Okay. We do have some power issues that we need to sort out. Not only with this guy, but I saw some mining facilities over here that did not have power. Yeah, this guy. install that. Okay. Go back to right here. Okay. Over here. There.
Oil seep depleted. Output minimized.
That one there. And then we'll go halfway between the two. I'll say it's about right here. Okay. I'll say it's about right there then. Alright. Okay. I'll drop this about right there then. That seems about right. There. And about there. There.
And we'll say about there. About there. Okay. Let's just connect power all the way around the equator.
Mineral depleted.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Bam. Booyah. And now, when these turn on, we should have a full planetary bubble. Yeah. Between this machine and that machine, we should have it. We got one more right here that doesn't have power. So let's go get that one that doesn't have a connection. Ah, this one. What you missing? Oh, right there. That is probably as optimized as you can get for a planetary shield bubble, for a complete bubble. We will know for sure once this guy kicks into effect. Booyah! Open
Mineral
a can
depleted.
of caffeine. It was a shock the first time you been waiting for you to power up. Why are you not powering up? What is the issue? Oh. 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 Okay. Now, when this guy powers up, right there, we're going to see the initiation. And then right here, we should have the shield hole filled up completely. Here it comes. Number of generators 30. So it takes 30 generators to cover a planet. And if you optimize that down to the exact placement, you could probably do that in like 27 or 28. Okay. Now we're going to watch the little bubble shrink. This bubble. It's going away. And it's gone. Okay, so what we're going to do now is make a blueprint. Yeah. By no means perfect, but I think it's good enough. $29, $30. Covers the entire planet except for that. I'm going to take those off so that I just have the 30 shield generators on. And you're going to be buildings. Planet shield nets. There. Now I don't have to find those particular placements now. All I have to do is foundation the specific lines. Okay. So now
Flight mode.
go to each of our little sections here. Go get some more foundation. My foundation line here. Yeah, this one. Oh, not that one. This one. Yeah. Okay. The top picture, everything is laid out properly. Yeah. I think I was in the process of actually terraforming this planet. Well, not really terraforming, but just kind of flattening everything out. Okay. Still on the way, it looks like. $6,000, so still coming from just that one facility, I think. Here they come. Landing in right now. Okay. So before we get to just terraforming everything, we're going to just make sure that all the rings are exposed.
Mineral depleted.
Nope, wait. Back down here. This one? No. This one. Okay. Go around this ring and see if we spot anything. Food already hit. That organic and that organic cluster. That copper. This organic. That cluster of iron. Crude. That crude. Let's go down here. Okay, got those showing. Coal, food, stone is already being worked. Food, coal, copper. And then there's nothing up here about coal, is there? Nope. Okay, so when I look at this, I want to take these numbers down to 0. I can put down one hub right here that can handle all of this. All right. That's a lovely number right there. Oh, I can get better than that. That's 8. Okay, I guess 7 will work. Okay.
Mineral
I'm
depleted.
going to be needing to plus 100 copper. this whole patch with corn? Yes. Okay. How many will it take to grab all of this iron? 3, I think. Yeah, 3. Okay, then iron and crude oil. Copper over here as well. That. Hmm. Nope, no power. Okay. Hmm. So 3. Yeah. Oop, oop, and oop. Okay. Bam.
Flight mode.
Making all these numbers go down. Right. That. Like this.
Mineral depleted.
And you're going to start providing credit. Okay, here's a good spot for another station. Eight. Seven. Bam. You're going to be taking care of oil and coal and copper. Requesting warpers. Only 100. Storage. Command. Okay.
Mineral depleted. Flight mode.
Okay. Let's go ahead and put one down right here. There we go. 8. Grab all of those. Grab these. You can be coal, and you're gonna need warpers. Okay.
Mineral depleted. Insufficient materials.
Okay. Alright. And crew.
Mineral depleted.
Okay. What other options? That's strange. Bringing in crude. Okay, with an appropriate amount of warpers, that one just started sending off tons of stone.
Flight mode.
Okay.
Mineral depleted.
Do that.
Flight mode.
Nothing else close by. Oh, we'll just drop one right here for the pool. It's probably misplaced, but that's okay. Oh, there we go. Alright, now
Light mode.
yeah. Brought everything down to 2 million. All that organic is up here. This copper, organic, and crude. I'm gonna drop one of these guys right here. Let them handle all of this stuff. But I'm gonna throw up my break screen real quick, take another quick little break, and be right back.
Mineral depleted.
Alrighty. Now, let's see about getting this stuff harvested. There. Up there. Okay, this we'll have to grab two. One for that, and then one for this.
Mineral depleted.
Then the copper. Probably have to grab in 3. That. That. Right. One thing I have noticed about all of these, like, factory crafting games, they don't really know what to do with copper. I would say the one that has it figured out the most is probably Factorio. But all of the other games like this have no idea what to do with copper. They use it for one, maybe two
Mineral
things.
depleted.
And then they have like 20 things that they use iron for. And you end up just sitting on tons and tons and tons of copper. And nothing to use it for. Satisfactory and Dyson Sphere are both like that. You just end up sitting on like infinite amounts of copper while you're literally running out of everything else. Okay, bring in the warpers. And we're going to be taking out organic crystal,
Mineral
food,
depleted.
and copper. Greetings! Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I like this game. I think it's pretty good. More organic over there. I can probably squeeze that into this as well. Let's go ahead and do that. Actually, let's do this.
Mineral depleted.
And workers. Storage, man, 100, pull that up, just those, you're going to be for iron and organic.
Flight mode.
There we go.
Flight mode.
Right. Grab that and that.
A landing relay station detected.
Oh, planet. Alpha. Okay. Not really a planet I am monitoring at the moment.
Mineral depleted.
Okay. Yes, the goal is to build a Dyson Sphere. So you have this this tech tree, and you research things along the tech tree, and the goal is to get here and research this. And once you research this, you have effectively beaten the game. And then from that point on, yeah, the tech tree is huge, and it gets harder and harder to research things as you get closer to the end. So I'm like, with the amount that I put into the tech tree to get to this point, I probably have the same amount of time left in the game to get from this point to that point. Just because of how much harder it is to research these techs. And after you get this point and you clear the game, you can then spend a near infinite amount of time refining your factory and figuring out how to do it more efficiently. These kind of factory games really never have an end to them. Because, like, as you saw with me placing the little things right here, I could place another miner right here and be double mining these particular ones if I want to mine things out faster. There's no limit to how efficient your factory can get. Like even right now with these power poles that I'm putting down, I have a more efficient power station that covers a bigger area that I just don't have the infrastructure to build yet. One thing I will say though, keep in mind that this particular game is still in alpha. Actually no, it pretty much just assigns you to, like, you can pick what your system looks like. So when we zoom out here, all of these lights here are different stars that I can actually travel to. As far as which one you start at, I don't remember if it lets you pick a particular one or if it just starts you at like a base one. But your base system is going to look like this. Every base game that I've started has started with a star, a close planet, a far planet, a gas giant, with another planet in orbit of the gas giant. So this seems like a fairly standard starting like layout. Yeah, the Wikipedia for the game has a lot more information about it. But then it also breaks down okay, yeah. So the game is going to start you in a starting system like the one I just showed you. But depending on your seed, you'll have all of these other planets
Mineral depleted.
that you can go to. And some of them are not planets. Like this is a black hole right there. That's a neutron star. So we can view this guy. This is a neutron star. And this is a black hole. So we have there's some interesting characteristics. This is an A-type star. So and you can actually travel to all of these places, which is pretty cool. I can't see like these things out here because I need another level of universe exploration. Which is on the tech tree, because in addition to this tech tree, there is this tech tree for upgrading your systems and stuff. And this right here lets you see more of the universe. So there's quite a bit to do.
Flight mode.
Okay. There's one more iron and copper vein, it looks like, and another big crude one there. I will say though, this game is still in early access. So it's not as polished as the other factory building games that you can find out there, like Satisfactory or Factorio. So keep that in mind. Dyson Sphere is still very much a work in progress, but it is very well done. And probably one of, if not the most polished games I've seen that is in this level of early access. That is one of the aspects of the early access that I'm referring to. The game does a good job of organizing. We'll mark both of these in real time. The game does a good job of trying to set down what it's doing, and show you what's taking up compute cycles and GPU cycles and RAM cycles for the game itself. And it has a fair amount of optimization, but not the most. Yeah. They do need to work on the optimization of the game a little bit more. More so in making the game use more features of the system that it's on, such as multi-core functionality for the processor, instead of relying so heavily on memory. My computer meets the 32 gigabyte requirement, but you can actually see up here in the corner, it breaks down the FPS balance. And one of the things that I mean when I say the game isn't optimized as effectively as it could be is a lot of the production and how fast your factory works is tied to your frame rate. And the moment the game starts to hit a blockage, that is, it hits a wall for either the GPU, the CPU, or the memory, the first thing that it reduces is the frame rate. And since so many aspects of the factory are tied to the frame rates, it's effectively reducing your factory. And I think that's because they have a lot of the production in the factories tied to animations inside the factory, instead of letting animation sit on top of production. So, an example of this, in a game like Satisfactory, which has a lot of graphical elements, the graphical elements of that game are sitting on top of a much simpler computation engine. So there's a disconnect there. The computation of what's happening in the factory is one thing, and then the graphics are sitting on top of that. And Factorio kind of works the same way, but Factorio is a lot simpler on the graphics department of it. Dyson Sphere does not work like that. The animations and graphics of the factory are tied into the production side of the factory. So if one of them lags, the other is going to lag as well. If you catch my meaning. In another fully 3D game like Satisfactory, if your graphics are lagging,
Mineral depleted.
so if your GPU is weak but your CPU is strong, your factory will keep producing at the same rate, even though your graphics are lagging behind. And you'll end up with graphical errors on the factory, on the belts. Items will be on the belt that you can't see, and things like that, when you have that kind of disconnect. You're not going to get that kind of disconnect in this game, because the production of the factory and the graphics are tied together. But because of that, if your graphics are suffering, your production is going to suffer as well. It's really semantics as for which version of that is better. I mean, I really couldn't tell you. Neither of them feel good when it's happening. But in the case of just graphics lagging, you can turn down your graphics and fix the problem. In the case with the graphics and the CPU tied together, turning down your graphics wouldn't fix the problem. Turn off the sphere when you get to the Dyson Sphere stage. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's an example right there of the graphics and the production kind of being tied together. One sphere was mostly okay. Yeah, I imagine that those kind of problems are going to be fixed as they get a lot closer to launch. Because I've seen improvements in the system just in the amount of time that I've been playing it. And I'm still fairly new to Dyson Sphere. I've only been playing for like a couple of weeks now. But yeah, even in that amount of time, I've seen a lot of improvements that they've made. So they are working it. Need to add iron.
crude.
Flight mode.
And coal. Hmm. Oh, here we go. Here's some iron. Way out in the middle of nowhere. Just add iron to you. Just run these, run this over there. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna need to do this anyway. Work. Okay.
Mineral depleted.
Man. Okay.
Flight mode.
Right. Oh yeah. There's a copper, iron, and coal right up here at the pole. I'd forgotten about this one. That guy right there.
Mineral depleted.
And we're gonna bring in warpers, only 100 of them. Storage, command, chips. Turn these numbers down, turn those numbers up. And you're gonna be coal and iron and copper supply on all of that. Seven. Okay. And this there. Eight there. You can capture all of the coal and maybe 3 of them. Yeah. And then take a look at the copper. Alright, now get the belts connected. That. It really won't let me connect from here to here. Okay, well. That's what I mean by quirks of alpha. Okay.
Flight mode.
So there's the other copper. Oh. Oh, there it is. Can add a street to that. Right over here. Okay. Yeah. So the only copper. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. So the only copper that is left on this planet is actually right here, underneath my power belt. That's okay. Okay. We have kimberlite here. Okay, we're gonna travel here. Other planets.
Mineral depleted.
Alrighty, have a great day. Hope you have fun with Dyson Sphere. Bonk.
Use ended.
Okay, and I do have a shield on this planet. I do. I do.
Flight mode.
What I don't have enough of are mining machines. Okay, so there's that. So there's still a little silicone and stone, maybe one or two nodes. Okay, so we need to look at going back to our home system.
Cruise mode.
Okay. Warp speed.
Activated.
Here we go.
Warp engine deactivated.
Okay. Additional engines online and accelerating. Oh, here it comes. Bonk.
Ended.
Okay.
Flight mode.
Let's go check out power. Make sure power is still working effectively. Bacterium looks sharp. Power's looking sharp. Let's check out the warpers. Okay, well, they're being produced. We are going to now go for the remark.
Cruise mode.
Right. Bonk.
Use ended. Flight mode.
Ah, I figured something was up here. Why are we without power? Why are we without power when there are items on the belt? This is one of the things that I mean that Dyson Sphere isn't like working quite as properly as it should be working. I'm just gonna grab some of this off the belt here. Yeah, see now it's starting to grab things off the belt and work again. But there was no reason
Flight mode.
that it shouldn't have been picking up the fuel that was on the belt to power the facilities. I understand the logic that they have, that in order for anything to work, you need to be able to power everything on the planet. But the inserters for the power facility should take priority over everything else. So there should never be a situation where there is fuel on the belt and the power facility is simply not picking up the fuel when there's nothing else in the way. That should never be a situation that presents itself, because in every other factory game that's out there, if you run fuel past a power facility, the power facility will pick up the fuel and power itself. This is the only one of these types of games where that does not happen. Okay, well, let's set this down to say there and do that.
Mineral depleted.
Cause like if I'm being honest, this power thing here is such a problem for this game. It means that you literally can't go and do things because you have to come back and babysit your factory literally every single step of the way. The amount of times where I've been off trying to do things like explore another planet and get stuff down, and I have to stop and come back to my home world here and fix the factory, because in the 2 hours that I've been away from the factory stopped functioning for one inane reason or another. I mean, this has been a constant thing. There is no reason that I should have to drop everything, come all the way back here and turn the power back on. Because the factory decides, oh, I'm just not gonna pick up the item that's on the belt. And it ends up creating like a self-perpetuating cycle with this game. Where, okay, the factory's offline, well now it's not making the fuel it needs to run everything. And so I literally have to like drop everything, come back and fix the power problem, go and maybe get one thing done before I have to drop everything again, come all the way back here and fix the power problem again. Like, this shouldn't be this big of an issue. I don't understand why power is such a big problem in a game where you're literally building a Dyson Sphere. Why is it blocked behind so much like inane bullshit? And now I gotta go back over to Thermia and find out why it's not making the deuterium fuel. Like, I would love to be building, like, Dyson Sphere components and things. But all of my effort in this game is literally
Cruise mode.
making sure the power stays functioning so that the factory is running. I don't have time
Mineral
to
depleted.
look into the tech to build the Dyson Sphere when I'm spending all of it trying to figure out, okay, well, why is the power off now?
Cruise ended. Flight mode.
Okay. Not a problem of having enough deuterium, because it looks like I have enough deuterium. Now it's these things again. Like, I don't get it. I fixed this exact production problem like 12 times now, and it keeps happening. The game is rotating through production problems. This'll go out, then I fix this, then this'll go out, then I fix that, then the power will go out, then I fix that, and I come back, and this is out again. Like, it's looped through this exact set of problems like 10 times now.
Mineral depleted.
Like, I am not having these problems in either Factoria or Satisfactory. When I set the factory up to do something, it does it. It doesn't just randomly stop working. Okay, well, let's go find out why magnet production is offline again. Engine production is down. Okay, well, this is engine production. Why is engine production? Because iron production is down. Yeah, it's liking turbines. And you're liking magnets. And everything is just liking iron. So this is a balance issue in the game itself. The fact that I have copper mines sitting on other planets and on this planet that are just sitting there with, like, some of my starting copper patches on this planet are still here just because there's so few uses for copper. But I've literally mined out this entire solar system for iron and am working on other solar systems because iron is in such high demand and it's literally used in every other product that's being built. I have titanium over here sitting because a lot of the higher end items still don't use titanium, they only use iron. Like, if these super magnets use titanium instead of iron, like that would be a lot better. Like, find a way to use other elements besides iron, or else use like far less of it. I don't know, but having 90% of the game use this one thing is very problematic. So I'm going to try to supplement this back. Yeah, see now this factory has kicked back on again.
Mineral depleted.
Okay, I need to go out here and make sure that this factory is.
Flight mode. Cruise mode. Warp engine activated.
Booyah. Because I can almost promise you that this planet out here has turned off its power as well, and it's got a bunch of things sitting on the belt that it's just decided it's not going to pick up.
Warp engine deactivated.
Alright, here we go.
Cruise
Bonk.
ended. Flight mode.
Okay, we still got a shield here. We still got power going? Oh, looks like. Okay.
Cruise mode. Mineral depleted.
Let's travel over here and see what we can get going as far as iron on this planet. Bonk.
Cruise ended.
Okay. Maybe a little bit too close, but we shall see.
Mineral depleted.
Alright. Iron, I. We're going to request. Okay. We'll do that again right here. That. Thank you. Right. And that right there. We're going to be receiving iron and requesting a small amount of quartz. These on, turn these off. Booyah. Six, 7, 7.
Mineral depleted.
Okay. Damn. Really, I'm out though. Okay. Really, with all the ones of those that I built earlier, I am out? No. I only have them in storage. Okay.
Flight mode.
Okay, all of this copper, but I don't need copper. Okay.
Mineral depleted.
Okay.
Mineral depleted.
Bam. Alright.
Flight mode.
Okay, there's still more iron ore on this planet. Right here. There's 8. 7. 9. 8. Damn. Okay.
Mineral depleted.
Damn. Iron. Twisting. Just like that.
Flight mode.
Ah, here we go. Drop one of these over here. Okay. Iron. Oh, let's go down. That goes up. That goes up. That goes up. You request. All right.
Flight mode.
Iron. Aha. No. Guaranteed light. Okay. Other side of the planet. Ah, here we go. We'll go 6. What did I get here? Still just 6. Ah, I get 8 right there. Lovely, grab an 8 right there. That down there. I'm going to be taking iron, requesting small amount of workers, storage, man. Okay.
Mineral depleted.
Alright. Backup item.
Mineral depleted.
Booyah. Okay. Okay.
Flight mode. Cruise mode.
Warp
Engine
speed.
activated.
Point us out there.
Mineral depleted. Warp engine deactivated.
Okay. Well, that was a weird little thing there. Okay. Accelerate towards Thermia. New.
Cruise ended.
Okay, I guess that works.
Flight mode.
Okay. Okay. Always lose iron. Okay. Here we are. Well, you know what I'm gonna do here?
Mineral depleted.
those look okay. How are you doing? Still needing more of this. Still need more. Okay, so it's only a production issue on that now. Okay, I need to go back to remark now.
Cruise mode. Warp engine activated.
Let's warp there.
Warp engine deactivated.
Ooh. Okay, I phased through the planet. I would, but it seems safer to navigate with the arrows, considering how many things can go wrong with navigation in this game.
Cruise ended.
Like phasing through a planet you're supposed to land on. Okay, let's see if this factory is now working again. Seems to be. Power hasn't shut itself off again yet. Iron mines are depleted, but that's okay. What are you lacking? Why are you lacking green circuits? Iron. That's nice that these are here. Can I actually fill up all of my... Yeah. There. It's nice having ships everywhere. Yeah, I'm getting better with the FTL. I'm just spending the majority of time trying to keep the factory operating. Okay.
Mineral depleted. Mineral depleted.
So I'm gonna have to go back and change that for every one of the.
Mineral depleted.
Just with the little bit that I've done so far, I can see the factory kicking on in the background. I have a pretty good idea. When setting things up, I set up a lot of things incorrectly because I had a lot of people like giving me bad advice, like turn the minimum load all the way up when you should have that turned all the way down if you want items to actually be moving around your factory. So a lot of my facilities here have the minimum load turned all the way up to 100%, which means it'll stall out and sit there waiting for one or two items instead of just moving what it has around. Just a lot of little bars to move. I wish you didn't have to micromanage the factory as much as you do in this game. Because I don't have time. I literally don't have time to do things like explore setting up green science or setting up a mall or anything like that. Just for the amount of micromanaging that I have to pour into the factory constantly. Like, as long as I'm here on the planet doing things, everything works. The moment I travel to another system, some part of production on my home planet will break. And 90% of the time it's power. Like, I'll come back and 1, 2, or a whole system will be without power. And the culprit will be the power plants just stopped picking up the fuel from the belt. And so all the power plants are offline. There's fuel on the belt circling the entire thing. But the whole factory's offline and all the power plants are offline. And the only reason they're offline is, they just stopped picking up fuel for some reason. To make you have to come back, pick up the fuel off the belt manually, put it back in the plant, and then once you turn on enough plants, all the plants start picking fuel up again, and you're good. And that never happens while I'm on the planet. But if I'm off of the planet for an extended period of time, I will come back to the planet and find the planet's power is completely offline. My power facility is way exceeding the need. I'll show it to you when I get to the bottom of this list right here.
Mineral depleted.
Okay. What's everything on this planet? So power. The way that I'm powering my planets are with these fusion reactors. And as you can see, I am well outside what I need for this planet. This group of factories orbits, like, loops around the entire planet, as does that belt right there in the middle that is carrying fuel to the factory. The first factory picks up off the belt, the factory behind it pulls it out of the first factory into the second. It's being supplied off-world by this right here. So, all of this is, like, going. Like, there's a full bank of deuterium fuel rods in there. It's requesting 600 more, and this belt is full, looping all the way around the planet. And all of these are full. The problem is, the game seems to be designed to make you micromanage the factory. So if I fly off to another solar system and I spend 3 hours out there setting up another planet. I will come back to this planet and all the power will be off. But this thing will still have 10,000 fuel in it, and that belt will still be full. But all of these power plants and all of the production will be off. The game has done this 5 or 6 times now. And the only reason that it's off is that these pile sorters stop picking up items off of the belt. So I will go right here, I'll pick up a couple of stacks of the fuel straight off the belt, manually start inserting it into the factories. By the time I get up to about here, the whole thing will kick on again and it'll start going again. Like that's a design decision from the creators of the game to make you have to come back and micromanage the factory. You can't just set up your factory and then let it go with any level of redundancy, because the factory will just shut itself off if you don't come back to it. See, that's the thing. There's a lot of people come in and say, nope, something has to be going on. No, like that, the game is legit doing that. It did it this stream. Like earlier in this stream, I had to come out here, pick up fuel off of the belt, put it in the factories to turn the factory back on. It happens all the time. I've had people argue that, oh no, that never happens, as it is literally happening on the screen that they are looking at. It absolutely happens. And it's not a thing that happens in every factory building game, because it does not happen in Factorio, and it does not happen in Satisfactory. I have only had that thing happen here in Dyson Sphere program. And it's not just this planet. It's every planet where I set up power. Yeah, I mean, you can look at the power statistics right here. It's not a spike in traffic power that is shutting down the power grid. It's not. I'm well over 100% efficiency here. My grid load is 25%. So I've got 3 times more than what is currently using waiting, and that's including the shield. So it's not a spike in power.
Mineral depleted.
It's not a lack of fuel coming from the other planet, because when I check this thing, this is still full of fuel. The belt still has fuel on it. There is no reason that any of these reactors should be offline, and there is fuel circulating on that belt. There should be no circumstance where that happens. What? This? Right there. The factory turned off. I mean, it's exactly what I said happened. I was off planet for an extended period of time in another solar system, and this factory just boop, turned off. And then I came back, picked up the fuel from the belt, put it back in, and the factory turned right back on. And this is not the first time that this has happened. This happens consistently. Consistently enough that I can't go out and explore other planets because I keep having to come back here and babysit this planet, because production in your factory will turn itself off if you are off world for an extended period of time. And the fix for this right here was pick up fuel off of the belt. Yeah, because all the power machines turned off. So the rest of the factory was still trying to run, the shield was still running, but this power facility wasn't producing any power because all of these machines turned off at the same time while there was still fuel on the belt. Because when I came back right here, all I did was pick up the fuel that was on the belt and started putting it in the machines, and it turned the factory back on. And then it went right back up to this. And since I've been bouncing back and forth and keep coming back to this planet, nothing has happened. This wasn't a demand issue. Like, literally, the power plants turned off. Like, someone walked over here, flipped the switch, and turned the power off. That's what happened right there. And this was me turning it back on. And that's the thing. There was this should not have switched off. I'm fully researched. I have to start green. But I need to get more items in order to get green production going. But if I leave this planet for an extended period of time, such as to get green science going, I will come back and the power on this planet and on my home planet will be turned off, with fuel sitting there on the belt. Because like I've got all the science right here except for green, which is right here. But I don't have the quantum chips in production yet. I'm trying to get that going, but I keep having to come back here and fix power problems. Because if I'm off somewhere else, and I need to go off-world now in order to get the production built on other planets so I have more space, spending any amount of time off planet, eventually the factory will just stop working. And I've never been able to find a reason why the factory stops working. Everybody wants to say, oh, it's this, or it's that, or it's this, or it's that, blah, 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 skill issue. No, it's not. Game issue, like this. There is no reason that, and it comes down to this. This power facility should never turn off if there is fuel on that belt for any reason. If there is fuel here, these guys should be picking up the fuel and burning the fuel. But coming back to here and finding all of the power plants off, and there's fuel on the belt, to where all I have to do is pick up some of the fuel, not even all of the fuel, but just some of it, and then put it back in here, and the factory turns itself back on, and then it stays on. Like I don't get it. I should not have to constantly come back here and baby this. I should be able to set it up, because I've set this thing up with redundancies. Like, it's got plenty of fuel. All of the planets that I'm powering like this have redundancies in place. They're not exactly doing anything. Like, I'm not being attacked by the dark fog because I've not started building any of the Dyson components yet. All I've done is kick them off the planet and put up a shield. But it's not a fuel issue, because fuel was literally on the belt. The fuel that I used to turn the factory back on, I picked up off of this belt. It didn't run out of fuel, it just turned off. And that crippled a lot of the stuff in the factory, because when the fuel turned off and this factory turned off, the other factory, the factory on the other planet that was making warpers turned off, because the warpers need this component to work. And so now I am out of these because it turned off the warpers, which turned off the iron production, which turned off everything else. So now I'm trying to get the rest of the factory working again, going all the way back down to iron. Because, like, when the power goes off here, a lot of the other things in the factory, like, it's a slow burn to completely crush everything down to a halt. Because I've got production on multiple planets at this point. But if I don't notice it for 4 or 5 hours because I'm off-world setting up mines and other planets and things, solar and wind aren't powerful enough to operate a planet-wide facility. And the only planets that stay running are the ones powered by geothermal energy. I've never had one of those planets shut off yet. Only the ones powered by fusion reactors, and not the other reactor, though the one that's before this. What's it called? This one, thermal. These I've never had the thermal plant shut off. Only the fusion reactors have done this. Okay. Double check all of these, make sure the settings are correct. Yeah, sorters not moving things or not picking up an initial item is a problem. And it is a programming problem that needs to be fixed, to be very frank. Because you can take a look at all of the other games out there that are factory games, like Factorio, for example. If I plop a sorter in front of something in Factorio, it's going to reach out and grab one item. And you can have sorters that are, like early on, powered by the fuel that's coming in on the belts. So you're going to have
coal power early on in Factorio, you can have sorters that are powered by coal on the belts. And when a sorter is connected to a power facility, it receives power from the facility. I have that option, but I haven't been able to implement it yet. Like, I literally can't take the time to build a backup procedure when I'm having to babysit the primary so much. I had to go into warpers to get more resources, because I ran out of resources in my primary system. Because I've actually played myself into an unrecoverable game over scenario 3 times already. And had to back up to a previous save and do things in a completely different manner. Every time that I've, like, even with my current level of technology,
Every time I've gotten anywhere near a hive, I've been immediately destroyed.
Mineral depleted.
But you only get like 2 fleets. I'll show you what I'm working with as far as the fleets go, and once I get to the bottom of this one. I don't even know what the range commands are. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Also, the game doesn't tell you about it. Okay. So this is what I've got. I've got Unit A and I've got Unit B and Corvettes. And I've got... how many Corvettes? 112 right there. And then what I've got right there, and then 50 more right there. Yeah. That is one of my complaints too. There are a lot of things the game doesn't tell you about, and this guidebook is completely inadequate and inaccurate. Because more than half the game isn't in here, and a lot of the stuff that is in here is out of date because they haven't kept updating the guidebook when they've been updating the game. So there's a lot of stuff that you don't get to know about. You just have to kind of figure it out. And they've been going back and fixing things and improving things. Yeah, the guidebook is shit, but it shouldn't be. Like, if you're gonna make a guidebook, you need to put in the work to make sure that your guidebook is absolutely on point, because that's gonna be teaching people the game. And if you're not gonna put in that amount of work, take the guidebook out. And let your fans do it themselves, because they will do it better than you. But don't pretend to do it and then not do it. That's a lesson they can learn about Factorio. Factorio doesn't have a guidebook. Like, it dumps you in there, it puts tool tips and say, okay, this does this. I'll let you figure out how to actually implement it. And then the fans went and built some amazing guides and wikis explaining everything about it that's way better than anything you can find in the game. And the fans of this game have done the same thing. The fans have built amazing wikis that explain everything. The problem is the designers of the game are pretending that they're explaining things inside the game, and they're not. And it gets confusing, because when you see something like a guidebook, it makes new players not want to go look for a wiki, because they think they're going to get the information that they need right here, and they're not. Like, for example, instructions for cruise controls. The instructions for cruise controls are wrong. This is not how cruise mode works. Smooth on the surface and jank underneath. That is a very good good explanation. Yeah, and I am keenly aware that the game is early access. So, like, that's why I'm not, like, blasting the game, right? Because I'm like, yeah, like, this is broken, this isn't working right. This is broken, this isn't working right. This needs to be fixed. Like, I will point those things out, but I'm not holding it against the game, because I'm well aware that the game is in early access. The problem that I'm having with the power is absolutely just a bug. I mean, there's no way that they programmed it to do that. Something is broken with regards to those particular factories, and they just haven't fixed it yet, for one reason or another. I'm keenly aware of that. Yeah, placeholder text and stuff. So, like, if anything, I would say that the designers of this game are kind of overwhelmed with the amount of work that they are discovering it takes to create a game like this. It just from my experience and the particular bugs that I keep running into, it feels like they're getting overwhelmed and sidetracked with the amount of stuff that they have to do to keep the game in one piece. Especially with adding things in, like the dark fog and everything. Because, like, this whole, like, ground, space, and fleets thing, half the time your fleets don't deploy when you go into combat mode. You have to go up here and manually deploy your fleets most of the time, because they won't deploy. Or if you've deployed them and you're in combat and then you go out of combat and you turn them off, when you come back into combat or when you attack, your fleets will not auto deploy, even if you have them set to auto deploy.
And the game doesn't tell you anything about being able to turn your fleets on and off. So if you were not like looking up here and figuring this out, you go into battle thinking your fleets are gonna pop out like they normally do, and they don't, and then you get murdered and have to go get all your stuff back. Which happened to me a couple of times before I figured, oh hey, I can turn my fleets on and off just by doing that. But I have it set in here to auto deploy the fleets. Wherever the button is. And like having things in your hangar, you would think that this would auto resupply your fleets here, right? Because I have like 100 Corvettes right here in my hangar and another 100 in my inventory. But like with the precision drones, when this fleet gets destroyed, I have to manually reset the drones here. Because it won't pull them out of the hangar and drop them back into my fleet. I have to do that manually. I'm not seeing it replenish at all. It replenishes when I come over here and I click this thing and I do like this, boop, it'll replenish all of them. But when it comes to like them getting killed, like I would expect it to automatically pull one out of the hangar and send it right back out there. Like what else would be the point of having a hangar? And like these auto refresh things, they don't work. Because there's a button here for auto refresh, but like I have to manually refill my ammo. Yeah, and that's the thing. It sounds like a bug, a feature that's not been fully implemented, because this era wasn't here a couple weeks ago. This is a new thing that they've added. But whether it's on or off, it doesn't automatically like refill this stuff. Anyway, I'm gonna throw up my break screen, take a quick little break, and I will be right back.
Alrighty, I am back. That's been there since Dark Fog. Oh, you mean like this has been there? Well, like does it fill it up? Like if I take half of these out and put it here, like it's not, it doesn't like auto replenish this. If I take that out now, is it gonna do anything? No. If I just put a few of them here, all of them back on, no. But I can like do this and fill that all the way back up. And that's, yeah, that's what I mean. This button doesn't do anything. And it's weird that they have a limit on this space right here. Like this system doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for me, because you have this that is supposed to be replenished from this, and this that is supposed to be replenished from this. So why not just make this replenished from this, or give you enough space to store several stacks of things in your hangar? Having replenishment that goes 2 levels down is strange. But even this right here, I understand this. I understand why this is this way. Because this is a beginning game development, I'm not going to say problem, but mistake. This is a mistake that a lot of game developers make early on by designing a system that is too complex and having to simplify it later. A really big offender of this is World of Warcraft. If you've ever played World of Warcraft, they are known for designing an overly complex and obtuse system that they later have to simplify into a system that actually works properly. That is part of the development cycle of literally every single World of Warcraft expansion since the game released. Oh, we made this stupid and too complex, let's simplify it. Oh, hey, it works now. Next expansion. Oh, we made this stupid and too complex, let's simplify it. That's what this feels like. And I can almost promise this is going to be simplified in one of those two ways in the future. Either you're going to be able to store multiple sections of ships here in the hangar, they're going to expand out the hangar, or they're going to delete the hangar and make it work clearly straight out of your inventory. Like, you can mark my words on that. One of those two things is going to change in the future to streamline this process. Once they get to the point and they're looking at this and they're realizing, okay, this is overly complicated and it doesn't need to be, they'll make one of those two changes to fix it. So yeah, I'm not terribly concerned that these things are there in the game.
Mineral depleted.
Or that like such things in the game are completely. Yes, I know how the middle mouse button works. Okay. I was moving that way.
Flight mode.
Off the planet, please. There we go.
engine deactivated.
Okay. Go around dirigible. There we go. Bonk.
Cruise ended.
Okay.
Flight mode.
No, I need to go this way. Oh. Like, I want to try and get something else going, but I know the moment that I step off this planet, all production in my factory is gonna break for one reason or another, and I'm gonna have to come all the way back here and spend an hour or two fixing it. Like, that's all that this game has become, is build one new thing and then spend 3 hours fixing your factory. Go build one new thing, then come back and spend 3 hours fixing your factory. Like, and just repeat forever. And like, that's not fun. Like, the point of automation is that I shouldn't have to stand here and hand feed the factory to make the factory work. But every step I try to take towards automation of the factory just fundamentally doesn't work. I legit don't know what to do about solving this iron problem. Greetings, Mr. Venture. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's just put all these in here. And we can just hold the rest. Actually, now let's do this. See how much I can actually. There. So here. This. Okay. Let's get a save on here.
Cruise mode. Mineral depleted.
Okay. How do I? How do I attack them? Oh, I'm being killed. I don't know how to not be killed in this situation.
Warp engine deactivated.
Okay, yeah, like the level of fleet I have can't engage that thing.
Cruise ended.
Yeah, so the idea that those things are not that hard to defeat, like, that's just a no.
Flight mode.
So, like, when it comes to Dyson Sphere program, I don't really see myself like being able to continue to play this game, because it's not, with everything that I've encountered with this game so far, this game is not on the level of Factorio. It's not on the level of Satisfactory. It is below both of those titles. Just the fact of how hard it is to automate the factory, that I have to keep coming back to it and babysitting the factory, is a huge turnoff for a factory automation game. Like, I want to be able to set it up and say, all right, good, boom, on to the next thing. But I can't do that, because halfway through building the next thing, I got to go back and fix the first thing because some unforeseen thing broke. And then after I fix it, I go and I finish the second thing, and I'm going on to move the third, to start building the third thing. But now I have to go back and finish and fix both the first and the second thing because they're both broken. And then I get them fixed and I'm halfway through building the third thing, and then they break again. And it's been like that the entire game. I can't get anything automated because I'm always fixing the factory, because automation in this game fundamentally doesn't work. And I am constantly fending off the chat when I say that, because every single time I point and say, hey, look, that's not working, I get huge backlash in the chat. I have never gotten as much hate playing a game as I have playing this game. I've had to ban 5 different people from my channel because of the hate they were giving me over this game, because they can't take criticism from their favorite game. And that's kind of ridiculous. And like, here I am, like, right back in the same spot. I have a problem with iron production, which I've had since the beginning. I have almost 3 dozen iron mines across 5 different planets, bringing iron production to 3 different planets where there are a whole smelting facility set up to smelt that iron ore, and I still can't keep up with the level of production of iron ore needed. And I have multiple facilities that have hundreds of thousands of copper and titanium and silicone and organic crystals. I have those in the hundreds of thousands that aren't being used, and I've got no iron. And I've got no way to fix it, because every time I bring in more iron, it seems like the facility just needs more iron. And so everything is about like mining iron and then turning off sections of the factory that are using iron that aren't as important as other sections, instead of just setting up iron and say, okay, there we go, now this can use iron. Because you can't set up, like, they have a logistics network that halfway works in this game. So I can't say, okay, all the iron from this planet needs to go and make sure this part of the factory stays running. I either have to share the iron with the whole factory or with none of the factory. And that's a problem. And yes, I know that there's a logistics thing here, like in the control panel, where you can set like pairing and like priority, but this does not function the way that it looks like it functions on the 10. Like, it doesn't work. Priority groups don't function. Interstellar routes are just showing you point lines from one place to another. Yeah, you can control the whole factory across all of the worlds that you're on from this screen right here. But when it comes to automating any kind of production across the factory, you got no means of doing it effectively. Like this right here is producing steel, but I've got no way for this to tell this production here to only send its supply of steel to one other location. All I can do is mark it as supply and then mark another location that uses it as demand. And I wish that wasn't the case. I wish that the logistics system worked on the planet that it was on. It currently doesn't. The limited functionality that you get with this logistics system only works on different planets within the same solar system. It doesn't work when the two towers are on the same planet, and it doesn't work when the two towers are on planets in different systems. That is a severe limitation of this system. Like, to only work on planets that are in the solar system, but not any of the other configurations that you could put these towers in. Like, when it comes to it, I don't feel like going back and fixing the iron problem for the 1200th time. Like, I just don't. I've played the other two contemporary games to this title, and I don't have that problem in either of those games. They're in order. Fair point. But yeah, like, when it comes to it, the game feels very unfinished. And I don't feel like going back and fixing the same problem for the umpteenth time. Yeah, I just don't. I played a lot of Factorio, and been playing Satisfactory the past little bit, and I've not ran into this problem in either of those games. When I build something in Factorio and it starts working, it stays working. Like I never have to go back and say, okay, why is this not working? And when something does break, I can always trace it back to something that I've done. Like, oh, I picked up a belt here. Oh, I turned this in the wrong direction. I can always trace back a break in Factorio to something that I've done. When I'm running across sections of my factory that are offline in this game, quite often I can't figure out the reason that they're offline, other than they're not getting items that they need. Like when I'm looking at iron, like there's iron plates. They're being sent back and forth right here. But this facility's only got 38 plates. Look, where is it getting plates from that it's sharing with other people? When I'm looking at can I not look at everything anymore? Yeah. When I'm looking at ore, we'll go to ore. I can't just go and see where all of my iron ore is, because I'm looking out here at the mines and they have low amounts of ore in all of those. So I'm looking at the facilities that are taking it in. Like this one, building magnets, is full of ore. That's a supply. What else? What else is demand? So I've got these here that are demanding iron, and it looks like just everything is always in transit. And this one is full. But yeah, like this is a problem that I can't solve. And no amount of adding more things to this will solve this problem. And eventually I'm going to get to the point where if I keep adding things to this to expand out to the other systems to get iron, because I'm having to pull iron from the Terabellum system. So I've got all of the planets in this system mining iron for me, and all the planets in this system mining iron for me. And I've plotted out that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. And in order to meet the level of iron production that I need to keep the factory running at its current pace, I'm going to have to mine out the planets on all 5 of these other systems here. That is a ridiculous amount of one resource that I need, especially since I'm backed up on every other resource. And by mining out all of these places, I'm going to need to power all of these places. But I don't have the facilities needed to build the power to power those other places to get the iron I need in order to keep the factory running. It's a catch-22. And this has been the whole loop of this game. Like, oh, your factory's out of power, better get that working. Oh, you got power, but now you're out of iron, you better get that working. Oh, you got iron, but now you're out of power, you better get that working. And it's just back and forth, iron power, iron power. Every once in a while, in the middle of something, I'll get to build something else, but then I have to go back to iron power, iron power. I don't know. That's not fun to me. And every time I point it out, I have to fight off like the people in chat who want to talk about how this is the best game ever. And no. Like it's it's a good game. Like, it's fun for what it is, but it
Mineral
is
depleted.
clearly not finished. And it doesn't stand up to its peers like Factorio and Satisfactory. It doesn't. It is clearly not ready to be compared to those other titles. And because Factorio is a hard game. It doesn't tell you how to play it at all. You have to just figure shit out. But I have never played myself into a game over in Factorio. I've always had a recourse, something I could do to fix the problem that I was having. I've played myself into an unwinnable scenario 5 times in this game and had to go back to a previous save and do things completely different. I don't even think it's possible to get into an unwinnable scenario in Satisfactory. But like, you can find yourself here without the resources you need to get anything working. And like, the worst scenario you can be in Factorio is biters have destroyed your base. And now the biters are like super aggressive and everything. But the moment your base is destroyed, the biters stop attacking you. And so you can rebuild the base with better defenses to take care of the biters and stuff. And you're never in danger of running out of the materials that you need, because there's an infinite amount of materials on the planet. You just have to go get them. Yeah, I guess that's my little rant on Dyson Sphere program. Like, at this point, it would be easier to restart the entire game and play over from the beginning rather than trying to fix the problem that I have right now. And there's no guarantee that I won't randomly play into a dead end and have to restart all over again. So yeah, I guess that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna shelf the Dyson Sphere program until they get the game in a condition that is more playable than what it is. Cause yeah, as it is, the game is just not fun to play. I was hoping to be a lot further along in the game than what I am right now. But like, I put 5 hours into it on stream today, and I am not any further along. But that kind of defeats the point of the game. playing with infinite resources. You shouldn't have to turn on infinity cheats to make a game fun to play. I have never liked doing that because it takes any of the achievement out of the game for getting things done when you don't have any what's the word? When there are no consequences. And playing a game like this with infinite resources, like playing Factorio in sandbox mode, or playing Minecraft with all the resources turned on, it isn't fun. Because you're not earning anything. Everything is being given to you. And anybody can do that. But the benefit of a game, of the other two games I mentioned in this example, Minecraft and Factorio, is that I can play those games with limited resources and not run into a brick wall of having nothing to do except to continually fix the factory because it keeps failing to the same conditions over and over and over again. And it's not even the case of, oh, I can just wait for the factory to catch up, because eventually it's just going to run out of all of the iron and never catch up, and I'm just going to have to go get more iron unless I run out of power first. Because the situations where I had to go back and play the game differently from a save that was like 20 hours in the past were either of those conditions. I either ran completely out of iron or I ran completely out of power.
Mineral.
And once you do either one, there's no way to fix it. And yeah, infinite resources would solve that problem, but at the end of the day, I shouldn't have to go to infinite resources to solve that problem. And if the game was balanced correctly, I wouldn't have to. Like, if iron is going to be in that much demand, iron needs to be 5 times more plentiful than all of the other resources combined. Because it's that much more in demand. And like I've already proven that. All I have to do is go back to my planets that are mining, and all of the iron mines on those planets are depleted. All of the stone mines on those planets are depleted. The titanium, the silicone, the coal, and the copper are all there, and all of those veins are full. It looks like they haven't been touched. And when you follow them back to their logistics stations, the logistics stations are completely full. And when you come back over here to the smelting stations are completely full. Like, I can take you over there to, let's say, titanium. It's probably just right here, right? That's the crystals. Here's silicone, right? Silicone crystals is completely full. This thing, we're bringing in more, but like all of these towers here are full of ore. All of these towers are full of the refined silicone. That's full of refined silicone. This is full of refined silicone. All of these are full of refined silicone. All of these are full of crystals. And that's the same case. Look, here's stone. Stone is getting full up that way. What we got here? This is steel alloy. But here's copper. Copper's full up. And here's iron. Iron is completely empty. I am using more iron than every other resource in the galaxy combined. Yet it's not 5 times as plentiful as all of the other resources in the galaxy. That's a balance issue. And yeah, turning on infinite resources would fix this balance issue. But that doesn't address the problem that the game has the balance issue to begin with. And it doesn't address the hatred from the community that you would get for playing a game like this with infinite resources on. And I can promise you that there would be a lot of blowback on a streamer playing a game like this with infinite resources on. Especially for this game, because there is already so much blowback. Like, I was getting blowback for playing this game without the dark fog on. Like, when I first started. Because my first playthrough, I didn't want the dark fog on just to get a handle on the game, and I was getting tons of blowback for not having the dark fog on. Like, oh, you put the game on easy mode, blah blah blah. Like, okay, so I'll turn the dark fog on. We'll do that. I turned the dark fog on, and hardly anything changed, because once you kick them off a planet, they just leave you alone forever. Kick them off a planet, put up a shield, and they literally never try to come back unless you go out there and start shooting them. But then I imagine if I destroy that the hive and the communicator, they won't come back to this solar system. And I'll only have to deal with them in other solar systems. So it doesn't really change anything having dark fog on or off, other than there are other items that you can only get when the dark fog is on, like the level 3 smelter and the level 4 assembler and the level 2 matrix lab. You can only get these items with dark fog enabled. So I think this is a game I'm gonna shelf, and I'm gonna come back to it once they've improved it a little bit more. Probably once it sees its full release, I'll come back and I'll see if they've addressed any of the core issues with the game, rather than just trying to beat my way through what is frankly an inferior experience. Like, I can go play Satisfactory or Factorio and actually have fun playing the game and not have to redo everything constantly. That's ultimately what it comes down to. Dyson Sphere is a game that's fun to play for your first couple of hours, but then once you actually start trying to do what a factory simulator is supposed to do, and that's automate the factory, you quickly run up against roadblocks that are insurmountable. I agree, Mr. Venture. It's all about the fun, and if you aren't having fun,
then the game isn't worth it. I mean, it's harsh, but that's the way it be. That's the way it be. Like, this game has the makings of being a great factory game. But it's not there yet. There's a lot of fundamental mechanics of a factory building game the Dyson Sphere program gets wrong. And until they fix it, like, it's just, there's nothing for it. And multiplayer is an example of that. Not having multiplayer in a game like this and having the developers say that they're never planning for it is mind-blowing to me. Because you can't tell me that, oh, the game is too complex for multiplayer. No, it's not. Factorio has multiplayer, and so does Satisfactory. And both of those games are more complex than this one. I mean, you've got full 3D, and then you've got a full-on, like, programming game, basically. And both of them figured out how to do multiplayer, and you're telling me that this game can't do it? No. No, the developers just don't want to do it. And you shouldn't have to look to the community to fix the game when the game is still in alpha and the developer should be doing it. Like, yeah, and that's the thing I keep seeing. People say, "Oh, there's a multiplayer mod." The gamers, the people playing the game, should not have to fix the game and implement features when the game is still in alpha. The developer should be doing that. And if you're saying that, oh, well, there's a mod for that, if the game hasn't come out yet and the developers are still building it, players should not have to build a mod to make the game do a thing. The developer should be making the game do the thing. When you have people that are building mods that is core functionality for the game to make the game work properly, that's a developer problem. Like, multiplayer is a core functionality for a game like this. The fact that it's in all of the other games like this, what exactly are you referring to with Minecraft's design philosophy? Give me a specific example where Minecraft has done something like this. Because I played Minecraft since it first went in beta. Back when the only person developing the game was Notch. Like, I've been in Minecraft since the very beginning of Minecraft. Developers completely refuse to optimize. I disagree. Minecraft is actually a very well optimized game. Even from the beginning, I was surprised in how well optimized Notch was able to get the game, considering he wrote the damn thing in Java. But you want to talk about one of the worst programming languages to write a game in? Java is the top of the list. And Minecraft has gotten a lot better over the course of releases. Not JavaScript. I think it's easier to write something in JavaScript than it is to write it in Java. At least in JavaScript, I can designate where things are supposed to appear on the screen, instead of just telling it how it should appear, which is basically what you have to do in Java. I've never been a fan of Java. Not since college when I had to write a Sudoku game in Java. And I found out just how limited the actual processing ability of Java is. At least Java is tight. Yeah. Render distance in Minecraft is debatable because it has a lot to do with the power of the system that the game is being played on and which version of the game you are playing. Because Minecraft's chunk distance, which is basically the draw distance in Minecraft, is different if you're playing on the Windows version, the Java version, or the mobile version. They have 3 different render distances. That is the base one that is set. And the unmodded base game of Minecraft Java Edition lets you change the render distance. So, like, no, that is not functionality, that is just added in with a mod. A mod may be able to uncap it, but the base Java cap of the current version of Minecraft isn't 16 chunks. Was it 64? Yeah, like I understand that people are modding things to uncap things, but the caps are there for a reason, because if your system can't handle drawing everything all at once, your system's gonna crash. And see, that's just a nonsensical thing. You're telling me that there's a mod out there that will let you render the entire Minecraft map on any PC on the planet. That's bullshit. Like that is just this category. You don't even have to be a programmer or any kind of computer expert to understand that the concept of that statement is bullshit. I mean, render distances and draw distances have been in games since the creation of 3D environments. And the reason that it's there is hardware limitations. If hardware limitations weren't a thing, draw distances wouldn't exist. They would just draw all of everything all the time.
Mineral depleted.
But draw distances and projected texturing and all of that stuff was created because of hardware limitations. And the idea that, oh, Bob in high school wrote a mod for Minecraft that deletes the idea of hardware limitations is completely nonsensical. But that is an example. Base Minecraft doesn't specifically need level of detail
because it's just a bunch of square blocks with an 8-bit texture on top of it. You're now talking about mods that are supporting other mods. I'm talking about base game stuff. And that argument still doesn't hold up for Dyson Sphere program. Because once again, I'm talking about base game stuff. I'm talking about core game functionality. I'm not talking about somebody who wants to make all the boxes in the game look like fantasy chests, and then other mods that are supporting that kind of thing. Okay, one, typing in all caps is the equivalent of yelling, and I'm not gonna have that in my chat. Like, this is your only warning. Like, I got no problem adding you to the ban list of the other people who've come in here and tried to argue with me over things that I'm literally showing you on the screen that are incorrect. And your argument is incorrect. Now, you're fully allowed to be incorrect, but you don't get to come in here and yell over me about it. Right? So that's it. That's that conversation done. Thank you. But yeah, ultimately that doesn't change anything on where I'm at with Dyson Sphere program. The game is fun up until you try to do the thing that you do in all factory games, and the game is just not designed to let you do that. I'm trying to build a self-automating factory, and you cannot do that in Dyson Sphere program with the way that the game is currently set up. You just can't. And the past 38 episodes of my stream is my proof of that. Because that's what I've been trying to do from the beginning. And I've been running into roadblock after roadblock after roadblock. And I am literally... How many hours am I into Dyson Sphere right now? I have played 264 hours of Dyson Sphere program. And 95% of that has been on stream. 264 hours. This is the 39th stream that I've done of Dyson Sphere program. And I'm still running into this same problem that I can't automate the factory because the game won't let me. And in a factory automation game, that's a problem. Has anything changed in the time that I've been sitting here? No. And the factory is just not catching up. I was out of these 3 components at the start of the stream. I'm still out of these 3 components. And I've added an entire planet's worth of iron into the factory. And it did absolutely nothing. It seems like this planet is still going. I've restarted the game from scratch one time already because I ran into a situation where I was having problems with automation, and a lot of people that were coming to the stream were giving me hell about not having the dark fog turned on. So I restarted and I turned the dark fog on. After I've done that, I've played into a game over scenario 4 different times since then, and had to go back several saves and play it in a different way. At this point, starting over in a new galaxy, like on a new seed, would probably be easier than trying to fix this one. But ultimately, I think I'm just gonna run into the same situation because I've hit it so many times already. The game is just not designed to let you automate an entire facility. It wants you to micromanage a facility. Because everything works when I'm here, manually controlling things. And if I'm on the planet, nothing ever breaks. But when I go off somewhere else, everything falls apart. And when I come back, there's no definite reason showcasing why anything fell apart. It just did. So like, I'm in the place. I researched everything to the highest level that I can research it at the moment. Vein utilization is which one? This one. So I'm all the way up to level 5 on vein utilization. I've researched everything up to green science. And as I said about infinite resources before, I shouldn't have to turn on infinite resources to make the game work. Like that, it doesn't feel good when you're having to cheat. Like, it doesn't feel good in Minecraft, it doesn't feel good in Factorio, and it doesn't feel good here. And I shouldn't have to play the game in a very specific way. Like, if you want to build a big factory, you should be able to. It's not... Kind of yes and kind of no on it not being a cheat. When it comes to games that are single-player experiences or things like this, cheating isn't a bad thing. It's just another thing. People give cheating a very negative connotation, when really it doesn't have one. Cheating is only a problem if you're in a competitive game against somebody else and you have an advantage that they don't have. That's when it becomes an issue. But in any other circumstance, no, it's not an issue or anything at all.
Mineral depleted.
That's why I've never had a problem with anybody using things like Cheat Engine or anything like that on a single player experience game. Like if you don't have a problem with it, then like knock yourself out. With me, I do have a problem with it because I want to experience the game the way it's supposed to be experienced. And so with that in mind, I expect the game to work properly to give me that experience. If I have to go then and say, okay, well, I need to turn on infinite resources because, you know, the game just doesn't give me the ability to get the resources that I need. But that's exactly my problem, Quaint. You can't stabilize the factory because I had the factory stabilized, and then when I went off to expand, it fell apart and I had to come back and fix it. Every time I try to, because I had the entire factory shut down at one point, and it stabilized, and then the moment I went off world, it broke again and I had to come back and fix it. The problem is that I can't find a way to stabilize the factory, because the moment you leave one part of your factory and go somewhere else, your previous part of the factory breaks. Yeah, look, that's where I'm coming from, Adam. Look, I think the point of it is to gather the resources, make the factory self-sustainable, and able to bring in resources of its own. Like, all I should have to do is go get the new resources, connect them to the network, and everything should function. I shouldn't have to go back and repair the entire factory every time I add something new to the factory network. And like, I shouldn't have to worry about, oh, is the factory gonna break down? Am I gonna run completely out of power and get into a game over scenario every time I step off of this planet? But I do.
Flight mode.
Let's take a look at the power as an example. When I started this stream, I was on this planet. These towers were full. Now this planet is not able to support itself with the production that it has here. And it's not overloaded. The capacity of the grid is still at what it was at before. And it's the same. So like I don't understand, but I can promise you, if I go off of this planet to another planet, like if we travel to Remart over here, I can almost promise you that the power situation on Remark has worsened since I've not been there, but nothing has changed. Can I have warp speed? There we go.
Warp engine activated. Warp engine deactivated.
All right. So nothing has changed since I've been on this planet before when I was talking about the power issue.
Flight mode.
So let's go check out the power and see if we still have the same amount of fuel here that we had before. Belt is still full. What was that? Okay. Okay, so yeah, this is still sustaining, which is surprising to me because this completely shut itself off last time. So like when it seems like when I'm in the system, everything keeps working. But when I leave, like let's go to juice, for example.
Cruise mode.
It's been several hours of stream since I was over here.
Warp engine activated. Warp engine deactivated.
Okay. I wonder if the power situation on this planet is still functioning as well as it should be.
Cruise ended. Flight mode.
Ooh, we still seem to have power. This is the one with the light belt, isn't it? Yeah. Amazing. So, like, even still, this just makes me wonder even more. Why did everything break down on the other planet where the factory is? Because all there are out here are mines on this particular planet. Like, why does everything keep falling apart on the production planets but not on the mining planets? I don't know. The game has a lot of stuff going for it. It's a very pretty looking game. Like, I will give it that. It has really fun music. I'll give it that too. But as far as
Completed.
getting into the nitty gritty of factory building in this game, like I feel like I shouldn't be 200 plus hours into this game and still trying to make iron work. That feels bad. And everybody wants to say, oh, well, mine works just fine. I've got 200 hours on stream of it not working, and everybody telling me, oh, well, it works just fine in my game, when I'm literally showing the screen of it not working. And nobody wants to comment on what's happening in my game because it somehow magically works in theirs. That's not helpful at all. True, two things can be true, but not if they are opposed to each other. If they are mutually exclusive, then both things can't be true. It can't be true that the factory works 100% as intended if when I'm literally doing it on screen it's not working. And nobody can tell me what I'm doing wrong. Because all people say is, oh, that's how I do it in my factory and it works. Well, that's how I do it in my factory and it's not. Nobody has an answer for that. People want, and then, like Quaint said, like, oh, your factory is too big. Well, go back to the earlier part of the stream when my factory was smaller. I'm running an Intel CPU. Does this show what my CPU is in the graph thingy? No, it does not. But yeah, I'm running an Intel CPU and an NVIDIA graphics card. But I don't see how that would be an issue on why the game isn't functioning properly on a like fundamental design level. I'm not talking about the game having lag or anything like that. I'm specifically talking about, like, I'm trying to automate a factory and the factory is not functioning for one reason or another. That would be a very unique circumstance if it was bugged on an Intel NVIDIA combo. And I feel like that would be the kind of thing that would be spotted very quickly. Because a team blue-green combo is a fairly common choice among people building PCs. I think what's more likely is that this game is designed to cater to a certain style of play. Building a small factory that barely does each one of the individual things. So where you can fit everything on one planet. That is what this game is designed to, how this game is designed to be played. Oh, you build a little iron station that makes just enough iron to build the next thing, that makes just enough of that component to build the next thing, and you put super limitations on all the things that you're building. The same way a brand new player would play the game. And they never scaled the game up out of that mindset. That's what feels like it's going on here. Like, if I go back and I make, okay, I have an iron mine, so I'm gonna put down 2 smelters right here, and that's gonna smelt up the iron, and then we're gonna use that iron to build 5 different things. This game feels like it's designed to work very well in that environment. But, like, I'm trying to make a factory that just spans one solar system. And I don't have, there literally are not enough resources across 3 systems to make it happen. Like, I mean, that's what I'm going up with the iron right now. Look at how little iron I have And I'm mining iron out of 3 different systems right now. But when you compare that to how much copper I have, like this one's full, that one's full, that one, 10,000. Look at the titanium, 10,000, 10,000. Like look at the silicone, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. I have no iron, but literally hundreds of thousands of everything else. Like, is that normal? Because that's what my factory is doing. My factory is eating iron at 10 times the rate of every other ore in the galaxy. Like, I literally can't find enough iron to keep my factory running. And the numbers are right there on the screen. Like, I'm not making this up. Look at these numbers. Look at all of these minerals that are maxed out, waiting to be picked up, because production all the way down through the entire factory is backed up, waiting for iron. There's coal, there's stone, copper, there's the organic crystals, there's silicone. There's oil, for crying out loud, right there. Backed up, waiting to be delivered, waiting for iron. And I literally have no answer for this. And it's everywhere. This is in my home system over there, but you can see the titanium is backed up now, and the ones that are actually going off-world for copper are backed up. But it's not even trying to pull copper from outside solar systems. Yeah, that's the same thing that I'm trying to do, True. But like I'm running into a severe iron problem. And I've completely mined out my entire home system for iron. And I'm working on 2 other systems right now, each with multiple planets, sending iron back to my main system. And there's just not enough. Meanwhile, I'm hundreds of thousands of every other type of mineral that is just sitting there that I can't use. And I can't turn any of it into iron. I've got no like transmuting process or anything. And I have the problem, like if this was a thing where it'd be like, oh, I just need to go build this machine and add this piece onto the factory and it would fix this problem, I would go add that piece onto the factory. But how do I fix this? Do I make things more efficient? I can't, because I'm at the maximum level of research for where I'm currently at. Do I build more things onto the factory that require even more iron to get working? Like, how's that gonna solve the problem? Do I add more than 2 solar systems worth of planets just mining iron? So yeah. Why are you not sending things out?
depleted.
Here's a whole bunch of iron that's not even being picked up. Because it doesn't have any warpers. Because it can't build enough warpers because... Do deuterium canisters require iron? They require the magnets. But if I stop making power... Like how's that gonna help? And I have there's a bunch of iron right here. I can't move it because I don't have warpers. I can't make the warpers because the factory is without iron. And everything on all demand on these. Okay, this is new. Autofill these. That's kind of cool. No, I've not done anything with regards to the Dyson Sphere yet. Because I literally can't keep the factory running long enough to even look into trying to get any of that stuff set up. That's why I don't have green science running. Every time I stop and try to do that stuff and figure out how it works, the factory shuts down and I have to go fix it again. And I doubt the dark fog hive that's out there is gonna let me just start launching things that just start building a Dyson Sphere without getting all angry about it.
Engine deactivated.
Yeah, problem is I have no way to get rid of the hive.
Ended. Flight mode.
This is all I have with regards to my space combat
Mineral
ability.
depleted.
And this is not enough to destroy that hive up there. I tried that earlier, and like I had to like warp back to the planet to get out of range
because they were about to blow me up. And that was going off what somebody else said in the chat, like, oh, you only need like 200 of this shit, and you can go out there and destroy the hive, because it's not that hard. I'm like, okay. So I took everything out of my inventory, picked up 200 of that shit, went out there, and nearly got blown up within like 30 seconds of engaging the hive. I have corvettes. Destroyers are several levels of tech higher than where I'm at right now.
Mineral depleted. Cruise mode. Flight mode.
Okay. So I have a lot of solar sails. Like many, many, many solar sails. The problem is that these magnets, I don't have those magnets available. Okay.
Pump engine deactivated.
Okay.
Cruise ended. Flight mode.
Hmm. How many ray receivers do I need?
Replication complete.
Okay. Gears.
Mineral depleted. Oil seep depleted. Output minimized. Mineral depleted.
Found out where all the magnets are. That should be limited like that.
Flight mode.
Okay.
Mineral depleted.
Okay.
Insufficient materials. Flight
You
mode.
kidding me right now? I think I have enough now to belt a planet. Need iron. No, steel.
Mineral depleted. Insufficient materials.
At what latitude should I... set these things out?
Cruise mode.
Okay, I'm probably gonna need to...
Cruise ended. Flight mode. Mineral depleted. Cruise mode.
Pave the equator. Got it. It would just accelerate to our... Why did my
Cruise ended.
why did my fleet come out?
Flight mode.
So I have a protection facility on the equator. Let's just go a little bit north of the equator. So I don't think I'm going to be able to do the equator.
Mineral depleted.
Okay, we'll just skip along the equator. Everywhere else I go, it's full up anyway, so. I keep misclicking it all. Okay.
You've built a ray receiver. It can receive high-energy rays from the Dyson Sphere and directly transmit them into the power grid. However, due to limited receiving efficiency, the ray receiver will request greater input power than the actual output. You can improve the receiving efficiency by continuously running it or upgrading technologies.
Close enough to a belt. Okay. Step 1, ray receivers. I imagine step 2 is these things. EM rail ejectors.
Cruise mode.
Well, I could launch from here. Well, I guess I could.
Cruise ended. Flight mode. Mineral depleted.
Okay. I am going to make you request this. Ow. And while that's coming, I'm going to throw up my break screen, take a quick little break, be right back.
Replication complete. Mineral depleted.
Okay. I am back. We can delete this. Okay. Any particular way I should set these things up? I mean, I could do them like a polar thing.
An EM rail ejector. You've taken the first step in building a Dyson Sphere. Now use it to eject solar sails into space to form Dyson Swarm. You must supply solar sails to each EM rail ejector and configure target orbit for solar sails. You can also copy orbit data from an ejector and paste to another. If you want a more diverse Dyson Swarm orbit, click the Dyson Sphere button at the bottom left corner of the screen to open the Dyson Sphere panel. There, you can customize orbits for your Dyson Swarm.
That enough? Okay, so I've got this now. Belts with me. The thing is, this planet is not optimal for setting up this kind of a system. I would literally have to tear everything down on this planet and pave the whole planet. I mean, I suppose I could do that.
Flight mode.
Could.
Cruise mode.
There were yellow level belts, but I gotta go get a bunch of other items anyway. Because I left all my power poles and all of my equipment over there on the other planet.
Cruise
Okay.
ended. Flight mode.
Ah.
Mineral depleted.
Okay. Gonna go get some fuel and some water. Okay.
Cruise mode. Warp engine mineral depleted. intended. Mineral depleted.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Okay. Default roll. Do here.
Mineral depleted. Mineral depleted. Mineral depleted. Mineral depleted.
Okay. Sure. Is it put down a bab? Cause I already know that trick. Alright, we'll move that over there. That over there.
Flight mode.
Alright. You can put a box on a bab. Didn't know that. Don't have a bab with me or I would try that out.
completed.
We're waiting for things to come and get this, I assume. Okay. How quickly can we liquidate this? This. We're gonna do this thing. We're gonna do it right. Yeah, it's always warned me about the logistics stations. They added that update, I think, right before I started playing.
Mineral depleted.
There we go.
Flight mode.
Now let's make sure that all of them are actually built. And we have one full equator's belts worth of these array receivers. Yes. Ah, here comes one that's not built. Oh, here comes another one. Yeah, I figured they were flying behind me. Okay.
Mineral depleted.
No. If we're gonna do it,
We're gonna do it right. Okay. Ah.
imagine. I lay a belt right behind these guys. What would be better?
Insufficient materials.
Did I not? Okay, good. What to say? Did I not fucking break it? Fucking bring any of these? But I did. That one wanted to be difficult. Okay. Okay. Well, this is at least something new that I can do before I have to go fix the factory falling apart again. Yeah, my drones are always complaining about me wandering off and leaving them behind.
Mineral depleted.
Yes, I think so. Oh, apparently not. Well, apparently it decided to stop putting the inserters in the blueprint. I know why the inserters aren't in the blueprint. Because if you hold down the shift key, it places the blueprint without the inserters. But if you're overriding something, you have to hold down the shift key in order to do the override. So there's no possible way to put down something that overrides a pre-existing building and have the inserters intact, because the functionality just doesn't work that way. The same button that deletes the inserters is the button you need to overwrite the pre-existing building. Now, do I need to do anything to this?
Mineral depleted.
Can I edit this one? No, but I can see what's going on over here. Okay. Well, it looks like they're acquiring their target. Which one of you did I use to bring in my sails? Okay, that's quite a ways away from my target location, but that's fine. Is it you? Nope. Is it you? Yes. Bam.
Mineral depleted.
Okay, is this going to be some magical thing when it kicks off? Because it's about to kick off. Here we go. There go the sails. What's going to happen when it hits this thing right here? Oh, that is cool. Make sure everything is placed. Okay.
The number of your solar sails has grown, and a Dyson swarm has formed around the star. You should be able to see it clearly now. The Dyson swarm can constantly generate electricity. You need to build a ray receiver to obtain this energy. Every ejected solar sail has a regular service life. Keep ejecting solar sails to maintain the power output of the Dyson swarm.
Okay. Like a diamond in the sky. So, can I now use this Dyson swarm from the other two planets as a power source?
It was mentioned in a report that energy generated by Dyson Sphere is continuously losing. The energy loss has been too little to be noted. Recently, these losses have been increasing. It turns out that the dark fog space hive is encroaching on Dyson Sphere's energy like a black hole.
Hmm. But I could, in theory, just duplicate this belt on my other planets. Well, where's the rest of it? So we're launching from here and we're going there, but shouldn't it be like showing the swarm? Shouldn't I be able to see it right here? I mean, I thought this was like a display that would show me like the line of sails that I have. Next to swarm blueprint, copy? This. Oh. That. Okay. Okay, now I can see my Dyson Sphere. So what happens when it finishes the circle? Okay, so it just keeps adding to it. Megawatts. So I wonder okay, so this one is 11100. Could I add an orbit that is also 11100 at a different inclination? Like say, would it accept that as an orbit? Yes, it would. Well, I was going to build EM launchers on the other two planets and let the other two planets contribute to this one. And let that first planet just contribute to the first string. That is really cool. Yeah, but different planets can create different parts of the sphere. So
So we got the blue ring being created here by this planet. And we'll make this ring like red. It's the color I have it set to right now. And it will be generated by the other planets. But is there a maximum that this ring can like handle though? Is I guess my question. When will this ring reach capacity? Or does it have a capacity? Okay, well the number that I'm launching right now is not coming close to touching like the capacity of sails that I have like created. So if I had the space, I could set this up on all of the other planets on this system. But this is generating threat with the hive out there. So I don't know how that is going to... I don't know how that is going to play into things. Yeah, all my planets are shielded.
Hmm. Carrier rockets and silos. Do I have those? Yeah, I have vertical launching silos. And I have small carrier rockets and Dyson Sphere components. I can build all of these things. I'm already building these. So I need to put this into production, but I need to put in quantum chips, plane filters into production first. Because that's the next step. I need to get this building, these building, those building, and this in production. And then once I have those things going, these things. And I've got this crystal explosive unit, but I don't have a use for it yet. I can make plasma capsules, but I don't know what they do. And I need these to make the crystal shells. So, like, this is interesting, but this is solving the power problem on a planet that doesn't have a power problem. Because this planet is powered by geothermal energy anyway.
Mineral depleted.
So the only ones of these that work are the ones that are facing. I see. Okay.
Cruise mode. Mineral depleted.
That right there.
Warp engine activated. Warp engine deactivated.
Okay. So it won't let me warp into the planet.
Cruise ended.
Okay.
Flight mode.
Can I build things on the inside of the shell? Missing the stuff. That is awesome.
Did you know that the guy who conceptualized the idea of a Dyson Sphere, Freeman Dyson, has come out and now said that he thought the idea was ridiculous and he was really just making a joke?
Flight mode.
I have no idea if he's aware of this game or not. But when Star Trek introduced the idea of the Janolan Dyson Sphere, that was when he passed in 2020. Yeah, when Star Trek introduced the what would later be known as the Janolan Dyson Sphere, in that episode with Scotty, he went on record saying that he was just making a joke, that he thought the whole thing was really silly, that anybody thought he was being serious about that. Relics, yes.
Mineral depleted.
I would say that's debatable. Because there would be benefits to building a Dyson Sphere. If you're doing it for any kind of energy collection from a star, a Dyson Swarm would actually be a better option. But if you were capable of building an actual shell around the star, and you built that in your star's Goldilocks zone, you would be able to put a civilization on the inside of the shell all the way around the star. Effectively closing off your civilization from the greater space beyond, and any threats that would come out of outer space to your little home, provided it couldn't penetrate your Dyson Sphere. But if you have the technology capable of building that in the first place, you would be able to put weapons on the outside of it, capable of destroying any threat that would threaten your civilization. it would be the ultimate defensive structure for an entire civilization. So yeah, I wouldn't say that they wouldn't need to build it, because there are needs that could be served by having it. The question would be, how quickly could it be constructed, and where would they get the materials to construct it? But I would imagine that the panels that are being used to construct the Dyson swarm would be more advanced than what our modern solar panels could do. But I don't imagine that. See that, and that, yeah, I think you're onto something there, that a civilization that could build it wouldn't need to build it, because the materials needed to construct a Dyson, and I'm operating under the assumption that a Dyson swarm would be more effective at energy collection than a Dyson sphere would be. A Dyson sphere would serve a different purpose. But a Dyson swarm, the amount of energy that it could collect would be on par with collecting energy through alternate means in a solar system. Like, you wouldn't need to build a Dyson swarm around a star once you've developed solar energy to an appropriate level, because you could just put it in orbit of your own planet and have an easier access time to that energy. Like, that's looking at it from the point of view of Earth. We wouldn't need to put a Dyson swarm like at the level of Mercury, because we could just put one right near Earth's orbit and have an easier time collecting the energy back, not having to like transmit it across the entire solar system. Because either way you look at it, whether it's putting solar panels on the roof of your house or putting a Dyson swarm around a star, eventually line of sight for the energy is going to be an issue. Yeah, I can see the benefits of a Dyson Sphere. That's the solid shell. But the swarm, I don't really see the benefit of.
because as technology increases, we would be able to collect the same amount of energy from Earth that we would from having the swarm actually at the sun. I mean, yeah, we can collect all the energy all the time, but we can't make use of it. So over half the energy that's being collected would be just stored there. We would have no way to get it to Earth because we would still have a line of sight issue. So we would still just be collecting what is shining our way, basically. And anything we built on the back side of the sun, say that we built something on the opposite side, like a station on the opposite side of Earth's orbit, so that the Earth is on one side and this station is on the other side of the sun from the Earth. Same deal. We could just put solar panels on that station and collect the power to power that station. In theory, it would be able to support a population of that size, but if you put the shell outside of the Goldilocks zone, like you would be able to probably expand the Goldilocks zone out a ways by encasing it in a shell. 1 gigawatt of power from the Dyson Sphere right now. So just from like the refraction of energy inside of a Dyson shell, like you would probably be able to expand out the Goldilocks zone from what it's currently at with Earth. That is something that you would most likely be able to do. I don't think you would be able to expand it all the way out to Pluto though. But you could probably expand it to encompass about the numbers by 1,000. So chop 3 off the end. You would probably be able to expand the sphere out from like where Earth's orbit is to just outside the asteroid belt, but probably not encompassing Jupiter's orbit. And because just from the nature of trapping that energy inside of the shell, it would heat things up. So you would have to expand it out. True, because we're not considering things like building up or building on both sides of the shell, which also in theory would be possible, because there's nothing that says that you only have to build on one side of the shell, and obviously you would be able to travel through the shell to the other side because it's a constructed object. So I imagine that you could live on the inside or the outside. And some people would probably prefer that. I would say probably for both. Because on the inside, you're never going to have nighttime. So it's going to be daylight all the time on the inside of the sphere. But on the outside of the sphere, it would be nighttime all the time. So I imagine there would be people that would prefer one or the other, or a lot of people that probably have both. At least at the beginning, but if the population gets big enough, you would just
have, I guess, inners and outers. Artificial light would be trivial, but humans have always preferred natural light to artificial. And then there's the idea of atmosphere. If the inside of the Dyson Sphere would be able to hold an atmosphere, that would be preferable to the outside for a lot of people, because you would effectively be living in a dome all the time. So you would be inside all the time. And I would imagine if they did end up building a Dyson Sphere, I'm gonna have to have power to compensate for the deuterium. Okay, we're generating 1.12 gigawatts.
Flight mode.
Hmm. Let's see if I can build right here next to. Hmm. Let's start right there. that'll be okay. I imagine I'm gonna have to rebuild this anyway. Because I don't have enough to go all the way around. And I have things in the way of going all the way around. I can only go to right there. Okay. So I wonder if I were to replace this line here with 2 rows of these, would that be enough to power the planet? Well, it looks like these are can max 7, or I guess it goes up over time. But these are producing they can produce 5.2 gigawatts
Mineral
each,
depleted.
and there are far more of these than there would be of these. Oh, this is the total for the whole thing? For the whole power grid. Ooh, okay. $15 megawatts for each individual power plant. So these are generating 15 and these are generating 6. So it would take about 3 of these to generate what one of these is doing. And seeing as only about half the planet would be visible at any particular time, we would need to build 6 of these to 1 of these to match the power output. So it seems like until I tech up more, this is not going to be a viable option for replacing this. Yeah, I keep coming back to a 6-to-1 ratio here. And that is not accounting for the time that we are completely out of line of sight because of the gas giant here. In which case, we would be receiving no power. Yeah, I'm probably gonna complete the circle there. And I think new planet blueprints are going to include proper rows of these guys with rails. I don't remember if I did or not. I'll have to go plop one down on a planet with no atmosphere to check. Probably also open up the achievements window, but it's more fun to just travel over and do it and see if something pops up. Okay. Bam. But that's gonna be it for the stream for the evening. I am planning on doing another stream tomorrow. Probably won't be Dyson Sphere. It's probably gonna be Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Cause yeah, I didn't get to play that this week because of all the hurricanes and the flooding. My apartment flooded with the hurricane, so yeah, it messed up last week. Anyway, let's see who is out there in Twitch land doing stuff that we can drop a raid on. Who is having some fun? Hum hum hum. That one, nope, that one's not working. Okay. We're gonna drop in on the ferrets. Dude, Pirate Software also has a ferret rescue, and he has a channel devoted to his ferrets where he just puts a camera up and you can watch the ferrets do stuff, and they're in their little nighttime cage right now. So I'm gonna throw you guys over to watch some ferrets get up to some nighttime fun, and I will be back tomorrow with most likely some Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. So yeah, I want to thank you guys for watching, and I will catch you on the flip side. Nari out.